does it keep doing this? Okie dokie. I thought today I would do some more creative building. Anyone who's watched a previous series will be familiar with the Bulldog. Bulldog is a concept that I came up with for myself. I know other people have made multi-tool craft over the years. I'm not the first one. I'm not the last one. But I was going back through everything that I've posted on the Keen server, all of my designs, and I have this world that's kind of that culmination of everything. This is the very first Bulldog that apparently I designed on March 2nd, 2024. Very simple, very small. Too small. It couldn't even make it into space. That was quickly replaced by Mark II. In fact, the next day, March 3rd. This incorporated a large hydrogen tank, bigger thrusters, and then that was followed quickly by the Mark III. Increased cargo capacity, more thrusters, and then we get to the Mark IV. Again, just getting a little bit bigger, more cargo, starting to have some defensive capabilities, and then we have the Mark V. This was kind of the first real usable ship. Development of the interchangeable tool system, the rack for it all, the dock to hold everything, and it worked out pretty well. On to the Mark VI, further expansions, having a port on top for additional fuel capacity, just more refinement of the design, better tool layout, better tool rack. This one, I believe I had to cut off the, that was this little bit back here. This is where the tank would have been docked, but this thing had to be suspended in air. That's the 6, that's the 7. 7 really only had some minor improvements, repositioning of the gun to make it a more compact ship so that the gun wasn't sticking out past the front. I got something in my eye. My finger hurt. No. Damn it. I've been having an issue with my right eye for a while now. I can't see a damn thing. Alright. This was the latest version. I was calling it the Mark 8, but it's not really a Mark 8. It's really just the Mark 7 with a couple more features, so I'm redesignating this the 7.5. I want to make a true Mark 8. What does that mean? something that has significant improvements in the design. So I would think it was from 6 onward. There's the big tank, but then there's also some smaller tanks just to get more fuel capacity. Fuel capacity is always the big issue. So, that's where we are today. I kind of want to go back to my roots. Design that I really do like. Okay. And just see what I can do to evolve it. So criteria. I want to try and get 2 tanks, 2 large tanks in theirs. I want to try and maintain the same amount of cargo capacity, if not more. And that's going to be the tricky bit. So we're going to start from the connector here. Just as a temporary setup here, we'll do this. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Now, already I have an issue here. And it's to do with how all of this links up. So without having the ship become massively huge. See, so right now there's medium cargo containers running down the sides with the large hydrogen in the back. But the large hydrogen only has big connectors on the front and the back, top and bottom, whatever you want to call it. There's only 2 of them. Every one else is a small. One of the functions that this ship is supposed to be able to do is welding and grinding of materials, of blocks. But you can't pass a lot of materials through these little ports. Hmm. Come on. Well, that works out for that. So that gets me back to 6. But the cargo capacity, that's still a major, potential major issue. Now the main reason why I started calling this Bulldog, it ended up having the kind of this flat face, but then it was like Scully. Come on. Co-pilot Kitty has arrived. Okay, sit down. Sit down. All right. This in my mind, it was like this is like a dog with its bone in its mouth. That was the initial thought that I had. The compactness of the cab cockpit also. Whoa, what the heck? Was a plus. You had all the displays, and I could set up the screens to do whatever. So that's part of what makes up the Bulldog the Bulldog. Oh yeah, that was another transition from 4 to 5, 5 added on ions. Where is it? Wait, what? Anyway. So this is intended to operate in space, on planet, in vacuum, on a planet. There are some planets that don't have atmosphere. And one of the things that I'm not happy about this design, it lacks downward thrust. It lacks side thrust. There are situations where I really need to have that ability. Standing this thing on its side in atmosphere is something that on occasion I do have to do in order to do certain tasks. Like, one of the tools is a magnetic grapple. Kind of hard to manipulate things when you can't even hold yourself in the atmosphere, let alone carrying something. If I have to rotate and manipulate it, it's very difficult to do. So let's take a look. If I go like that, so that thruster ends up being at about the same flush. Maybe. Okay, here's an idea. Let's see how this works. Be very, very careful. I almost did a very dumb thing. Okay, so if I have that be, say, like that to that, and then we go and grab the medium cargoes again. I need to rotate that. I need to rotate that, yeah. Whew. Yeah, like that. But that does mean I need to reposition all of this. central. Okay. Now, potentially, I can also have 12 small thrusters up and down, 13, 14. So I have potential for 16. I have potential for a lot of thrusters without any crazy heavy modifications, which is nice. Those. One of those. Kind of thinking I want to have some of these large flat mows on the side. I'm just not sure yet exactly how I would like them to be oriented. Do I want to do it with the D's? Alright, there's no power on this thing yet, is there? Yeah, I'm gonna have to get more creative with placement of things. Now, the reason why this thing has two connectors is for alignment. But with me having pushed that connector so far back now in order to retain connectivity for cargo, that does present me with an interesting issue, in that if I want to retain those two connectors, especially with what I want to do for the new docking system, I will need to heavily modify everything. Hi. And I'm going to be doing a lot of repositioning of things. I'll probably get rid of that D connector back there. Okay, so let's do this. Do that. That's number 7. Yes. Wow. Okay. Okay. I need to rotate this center one. Which I... Good. Good. All right. Wow, this is significantly bigger. Oh my goodness. Okay. How do I wish to do this? because... Okay, let's see. Let's do this. I'll put that there. I'll do... the vent there. Go back to this. Alright. So now that's all docked up. Ah, my neck. I guess I could also now make the landing supports wider. Okay. I might do a converter back here to get some additional ports for some other things. Or instead of doing a T there, I do the full block junction. Man. I wish there was like a Y. You know, so like this one, and this one, but then the other ones are blanked out. I wish there was something like that. Okay. If my plan is just to put a reactor here, up here. We're gonna do this, and then that. Yeah, I'll leave that open for additional side thrust. Yes. Oh no. Okay, okay. I'm starting to like where this is going. I think. Now. Do a row like that. Not every single thing is gonna be on here. Grab that. Of course. So I'm not doing twin guns of this. This is a sniper. But I'm trying to figure out how would I link this in, and I think what I will end up doing that there, and that there. Wow, that's it's in the same position. Under here is limited because of... Ooh. So one problem I was always having with the weapon up here, the recoil, would actually spin the ship. It would pitch it up and yaw to the left. But no, dang it, it's one block too long. I was gonna say I could probably put center line under here, but that wouldn't work. What's wrong? I think I know what's wrong. I haven't cleaned her litter boxes yet. She wants a clean potty. Okay. So, I need to go deal with that really quickly. And it's almost time for my laundry. Sure. Wait, what? That. T. Oh no, I forgot I turned off symmetry. I turned off the symmetry mode. Ow, ow, ow. That way. This goes like so. Like that. Okay. Yeah, this kitty. Looks like some shenaniganry on your server. Okay, well, Copilot Kitty has decided to rejoin us for the moment, but I'll have to spend an extra couple of minutes when I go deal with my laundry to clean her litter boxes. It won't take me long. Okay. Now then, I need side thrust. Let's just symmetry back on. Ooh. Okie dokie. How do I wish to do this? Okay, let me do this really quickly. And then grab this guy. And do that with that. All right. Do how do I want to do this? It's even-ish spacing. there is the issue down here of the bottom thrusters would end up being only one cluster though. The back ones, there wouldn't be a back one. So what I would have to do is relocate this one in order to do that. Because it's not always a good idea to put everything together. This thing is intended to have some combat capability. So there is some logic in distributing where some of these components are located across the ship, just from a survivability standpoint. The whole don't put all your eggs in one basket kind of a thing. Now, whilst I am here, oh, and I need to go deal with laundry. So I will go deal with that very quickly. And deal with co-pilot Kitty's facilities. And I will be right back. Ooh, I can put some of the control systems in there. Yeah. Alright. I'll be right back. was I? I was getting all this stuff set up here. No. I was thinking if I put the... Well, actually... No, I don't have room to do... I was thinking put the up thrust there, and then force thrust there, but... I actually don't have the room to do that because... I need to add in these. Ah, not there, damn it. There. No, that's not gonna work. That's not what I want to do. Okay, I'll put that there. I'll get rid of that guy. Oh yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that can go there. And there. Okay. Hmm? Did I install that T the wrong way? Yes. So now I've got a space on each side for 3 items, because I'll need event controllers and timers So I've got space there for 6, 2 more spaces here. So I've got a good bit of space. I've got a good bit of expansion space. I've got what, 5 side thrust. If I swap those two around, no, I can't. But I could just cluster them, which I know what I just said before. About, it's best not to cluster things. But sometimes a design kind of dictates what you can or cannot do. Now this would also allow me to do this. Okay, so I've got oxygen tank, I've got some of my armaments. Okay, so I can do one of a couple of things here. Let's get rid of those. Move it back 1. And there it is. Where's that T? So those are now plumbed in. I've got an additional 2 spaces there. Overall, I think I'm still getting it mostly within the same footprint too. Let's do this. Yeah. It's one block longer. I believe it's the same width. Come on. Okay, so I've got 8, 10, 12 thrusters in the up configuration. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 down firing. I've got the 2 main with 4 additional. I've got I've got 3 gyros, and I could actually move some of those around and reposition these guys. Now the ions are only there to make a sort of economy mode for space travel. Because let's be honest, ions are pretty meh in terms of what they can produce. If I reposition that thruster out one, I could put the back ones in there and slim down the back end. And I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking that better. I'm liking that a lot better. Let's reposition these guys. So So they're tucked back a little more. I'm liking that. And then I've got a lot of extra space back here for additional systems. Okay. Whoa. Steel Argus, thank you for the follow. How is your day going? uh, for me, it's good as it gets for now. That's good. Always nice when your day is going well. Alright, so I don't think I want to do any more of the big side thrusters. That's not going to be necessary. Now I have to deal with the shenaniganry that is SE's mirror problems. Because for whatever reason, these small ones, if I mirror them, that little central support ends up flipping all over the place, and it drives me insane. Alright. Now is going to be the difficult part. I need an event controller for docking. I need an event controller for locking the tools and triggering a relay. Or, not a relay. A, timer. I need an event controller for monitoring cargo to turn off tools and enable the boost. Actually, that's going to be 2 event controllers. So I'm at 4 event controllers and 1 timer. I'm going to need another set of event controller and timer for a top dock. So I'm at 5 event controllers and 2 timers. You know, another thing I just realized. Let's see here. Okay, if I do that guy there, I can now do that. I can have a turret and not just rely on focused straightforward guns. Yeah, that's right, I win. Stupid idle movement. So this now also increases my combat capability. However, and this is a big however, it also puts the gun right next to the main fuel storage. I mean, you know, that can't possibly, like, you know, what could go wrong with that? Right? I mean, there's nothing that could potentially go wrong with that. Right? Okay. I've got the 3 gyros. So I said I was up to what, 5 event controllers and 2 timers? Yeah, I'll definitely want a remote control block. antenna. I go with the old faithful tried and true, or I feel like it's gonna get shot. Okay, I've got a spot back here. Ugh. I don't know if I like that. There's nowhere down there. I mean, I could hide it in here. How tall is this again? Ooh. I don't like how large that is. If I do this, I can't do the backpack. Yeah, so we're not going to do that. Maybe I do a custom one. Okay. Camera for locking onto tool. Excuse me, jeez. Camera for locking onto tools, as well as a gun sight. And because you can never have enough light, I'm gonna do that. What am I? Okay. Where did I put the... There they are. What did I put back there? Oh, the remote control. No, actually, I don't want to do that. Actually... Because... I've got this space back in here. Can't do anything else with that. Yeah. Now, when I go in to land this guy, I'm gonna need some kind of landing structure. Ugh. Not super crazy about that. What? Okay, let's see. How do this look? If I do that instead. Just for that one, it keeps everything in line. I'm not crazy about that either. this little fuzzy head in the way. And then let's move this guy to there. Okay. Well, looks like it's even distribution. Yeah, 4 and 4. Now here comes the part that everyone's gonna hate me for. I'm not gonna be able to fully enclose the hydrogen tanks. This is just not gonna work. It's gonna look weird aesthetically. Okay, let's see. Oh, I don't have any reverse ion. Now, not all of these thrusters are going to be running all the time. A lot of them will just be like an additional boost unit, and I'll probably remove some of them depending on how the accessory packs are designed. That was a loud bonk. Oh, are you still set to max? Yes. Action relay. I need an action relay. back there. I just don't like the look of it. Do all these back here. Can't do that there yet. Okay, then back to that one. Nope. Ah, damn it. What button did I just hit? What did I just hit? Damn it. I hit a button on my keyboard and now the lights on my keyboard are all messed up and doing funny things I don't want them to do. Oops, that goes there, that goes there. Grab the plate. Plate. I don't know what I just did. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I wanna have this go back out. I might swap this one out for a square just to help with the panel covering. It's definitely gonna have some chunk to it. But I've always called Bulldog a stylized brick. This will give me some expansions points for whatever addition. Oh, I said I needed an action relay, didn't I? I'll just put it in between the batteries there. That's in the same thing as... yeah. And then I need the antenna. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna relocate that there. Get rid of that. And that. And that. Grab this. And do that with it. I don't know why she does that. So these two will be my primary, and then this will be the boost. And then after all of this, the real fun of configuring all of these systems will happen. Ugh. I'm gonna have to get up in a minute for my laundry, Scully. You jumped off of your own free will. So you're just gonna have to sit there for a minute. Sit down. Sit. 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 Okay, you're about to fall off. You have this nice comfy bed that you don't have to worry about the wiggly human that keeps getting up. The fuzzy overlord has demanded my attention. And we all know what that means. When you have a cat, you are not a pet owner. You are owned by the cat. Good, that did not just drop like a brick. Scully, what did I just say? Okay. Well, so I thought that would be held on by the plate. Apparently I was mistaken. Ow! You're just gonna be kicked off in a second here, cat. Ow, 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 ow! I am not a snack! Oh, look, there, the laundry's now done. I gotta get up, kitty. Maybe I do a square. So then I can also do some greebling off the back of that. Too blunt. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Oh. I mean, it follows that line. In profile, it follows that line. Alright, but I gotta go deal with my laundry for the last time today. As much as it's going to annoy Scully, because she just jumped on my lap. And I'm now gonna have to kick her off. Yeah, I really wish the hitbox in the tank allowed you to put things in the corner here. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, shenaniganry. is that? Long. And there I need to do something different. Because I'm going to put some lights there. But yeah, I'm okay with this so far. I did want to swap out some of these guys though. Just because of the way that the armor is kind of flowing with the design. So this is going to end up being kind of tall in the front, but then wide and short in the back. Which, if you've ever seen a Bulldog, is kind of how they're built. They've got this large, powerful head, powerful jaw. They have some of the strongest bite force of any canine. Broad shoulders, but then the back is very narrow. The back is very small. But the legs are muscular. That's kind of the same thing here. Okay. There she is. What's wrong? Okay. So I'm gonna do this one. Oh, you know what? Yes, I forgot to pick a color. Sit down, please. Alright, let's do this. Where's Ow? Let's grab this color. Thankfully, I haven't done too much up front yet, or up top. this one is not going to be that because it's a completely different setup there. Okay. I'm not hating that. Let's go back to the gray. And I'll do this across these for the sake of consistency. Alright, that's definitely giving it a nice heavy industrial look. I'm cool with that. I need to go back to that color and get one of these guys there. And figure out what I want to do. Yeah. Have to reach over the cat. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's getting somewhere. Now, this space. Okay, let's keep going here for the moment. Because I really hate that you can't do anything there. Really not thrilled with how exposed that tank is going to be. Damn it! Oh, hello. We shall do that. I should go back. That's color, grab a block, just cover that over for now. 6. Take that back over. Okay. I hate deleting things in this game. I swear, trying to delete things in this game is going to give me PTSD. Because so many times I'll be looking at the thing and it deletes the thing behind it. Wow. This is going to be a pretty dramatic departure from previous Bulldog designs. And I'm not hating that. I am not hating that at all. Liking that though. Do. So here's that weird transition period where I gotta figure out how to do a thing. Do that. Rotate you. I'm just playing with shapes right now. This is not how this is gonna stay. better. What if I break this up with some of the... See, the problem is this section here. Okay, let's do that. Rotate that. Hi Scully, how are you? Let's do some stuff with this. Just to break up the shape a bit. This will also help act as a little bit of a bumper. Yeah, that's looking better. Still not a fan of how exposed the tank is, but you know what? It's a small grid tank, small grid armor. It doesn't really matter what I would do to it because it still has a high probability of any damage going near it just going boom. So all I can really do is to try and close it off as much as I can. And hope this armor does something. Probably won't. But something is better than nothing. Now, let's go back to this. I'm starting to like what I see. We shall close that off. Do the same thing there. Yeah. Just to hide some of that paneling, this cat is putting a lot of pressure on my wrist again. Scully, stop. So I'll go from there to there. Maybe do another little boat tail out from that. I don't want to cover that up with the other step piece, because then I don't think this ejection system will work. Well, I could have it point up and use the inset. That's a possibility. Ooh. No, I think that's going to get burned off. So I'll just leave it like that. But no. Yeah, a little bit of color differential? No, what? Contrast. That's the word. This. I want that color. Ooh. I know. God, I hate doing that. Okay, what can I do? I'm not sure the shape I want exists. Oh God. All right. I got to say I'm liking how that looks. Yeah, me too. And considering going back to the very first iteration back in March of 24, just a little guy, then it got bigger and it got bigger and it got more capable and bigger, and it still got a little more capable and bigger, and it got a little bit more refined and some more refinements. And this, let's see, what was this one? Back in 24, still back in 24. This is like the first major, huge, major overhaul in like 2 years. Yeah, I'm getting pretty happy with how this guy's turning out. And then I need to set up all of the systems. That's not going to be fun. And I'll probably spend a few hours doing that. Get my boat tail on there. All right, 4. Gotta go back one more space. And then okay, I need to alter. There we go. Let's go back to that. Okay. I'm not sure I like the hole. All right, let's go back to our plate. I swear to God, I'm gonna have PTSD from trying to delete things in this goddamned game. No offense to anyone that actually does have PTSD. I don't mean to offend. I don't mean to make light. I know it's a very, very serious issue for people, and I am sorry if I'm offending anyone with my stupid joke, and I will cease. But it's just, when I say that, I mean it to be, it is more stressful than it should be. So if my stupid joke has ever offended anyone, I am truly sorry. Because I know it is a real problem for a lot of people that have gone through very traumatic events, and so I'm sorry if I've offended anyone with that commentary. I wasn't assuming I was, that you would be Steel Argus, but for anyone that watches this after the stream, you know, I'm also making an apology to anyone who watches this after, because I do typically put these up on my YouTube channel. Oh, I put it back there to, okay. Alright. Anyone who wishes to watch after. Yeah. Honestly, I might get rid of that thruster. I might get rid of that thruster. Both of those, actually. Let's see, where could I... see, that's all tank. Oh, that's just a straight one, isn't it? That's just a straight one, isn't it? Oh no, that's a T. Okay, what are you T'ing to? Do you have to be a T? I can make that a corner. Because that's, okay, that's the T that feeds that one. So. That's, okay, that's that bottom thruster. That can go there. I love the block picker mod. It's so helpful. And then this. Okay. My reason for this, depending on what I do for an expansion, you know, for a backpack unit, that thruster would severely limit the designs. Now with the ion thruster, I still have a lot of options, but with the hydrogen thruster and their much higher range of damage cone, my options would be significantly more limited. And I don't like the hole. might change this up some. Okay. Let's start with the low-hanging fruits, so to speak. Rotate you that way. I just did a dumb. What? Oh. Yeah, there was a thing I was complaining to myself about, that I didn't have any forward-facing ions. Do 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 do. They don't all have to be at the very front. I mean, I was planning on reworking that armor anyway. Right. Okay. Where's that one? Yeah. We'll do that. And I will do one of these guys. Ooh, yeah, I'll do that. Actually, no, let's start that transition block soon. Yeah. Let's start that transition a block sooner. Maybe. Maybe not, because if I do it... Yeah, if I do it there, it'll help hide that flat thruster a little better. Alright, let's get that. No, I want that color. Still not a big fan of how exposed that tank is. So we'll do something like this. And then I want to move Wow, this thing got wide. Is it me, or does it look more square from the bottom? Oh. Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. For a second, I thought I put that wheel directly in the path of the thruster, but no, it's fine. Okay. Oh, right. I need to finish off the battery area. Plating over the battery. Okay. This I need to change for the sake of consistency. Yeah, do that. That is protecting the tank. Okay. Now I'm gonna need the port for the backpack unit. That's going to consist of a small merge. And one of those guys. Part of me wants to put another oxygen tank up here. Because I've only got the one small one. Oh, I didn't finish off. Okay, so I've got 3. 5. I got 7 reverse ions. Super thrilled with this. So maybe ew. me stick my head in the fire. Oh, no, 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 no. Not that one. I want that one. So let me stick my head in the fire again. Well, people, I have been accused of being a hothead before. Okay. Hehe. Yeah. So maybe I need now to move this out to the one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see how many blocks I'd accidentally break off before they're ready to break off. Okay. Okay. I am getting pretty happy with this. Now for some details. Okay. Yes, that's the front navigation light. No, good. That's the rear navigation light. use that for the beacon. Actually, no, let's do all of... Gah. I hate that so much. All right. What did that just delete? That was the antenna. Belly beacon. I do not have a belly beacon. Can I do a belly beacon? Yes. Oh my god. Okay. What is this up to? 5,555 PCU. $5,520. So I'm about the same PCU level. That's good. I haven't significantly increased it. I want to change up some of this bottom armor. Okay, so we're gonna do that. I need to... Alright, actually I want to do that. Get rid of that, 8. wheel. With my landing gear. And then back to here, grab the... I want that one, yeah. This will give me a transition from that to that. Yeah. Yeah. If I really wanted to, I could actually get rid of the two and put them out here under the tank. No, that's... then it will damage whatever I land on. And that's one of the reasons why I have these so recessed, is to prevent block damage. Oh. I know what I... I know what I need to do up here. Now, I'm not someone who typically works with scripts. I started on PlayStation, never had access to scripts. I don't know how to program. But one of the dumb things about this game there's not a vanilla way to detect when you are in an atmosphere. And by that I mean, one of the systems I put on this ship is a system to automate going between the atmospheric thrusters and the ion thrusters. An air vent can work for some of that, mainly when you leave atmosphere, but not when you come back in to an atmosphere. It's not reliable in that sense. A parachute hatch will flip from an okay to a not okay whenever it detects being in an atmosphere. Not just an oxygen atmosphere, but any atmosphere. However, you have to have a programmable block to read that information. There's no other way to do it, and I hate that. So for me to have this system in place, I have to do it with a programmable block. And I am not thrilled about that. What did I put back there? the remote control. I know there's a lot of spaces in them. Yeah. That's where the action relay is. That's where the antenna is. Ore detector. Okay. You go there. And you go back there. Now I think I can say this is truly a Mark 8. And this is just the primary vehicle. Because Bulldog is not just a singular ship, it's an entire ecosystem. Because you can't have a multi-use ship and not have the tools to go with it. Now, part of the problem when Keen redid the the redo of the PCU counts of the blocks, they changed the way connectors and other blocks detected when they were doing what they needed to do. And that broke part of the system. And that was one of the reasons why I stopped using Bulldog, is because it would mean I'd have to redevelop the entire system, and I really didn't want to do that. I mean, it's a pretty complicated machine. Bulldog is a pretty complex machine. So to have to go back and redo one of the core aspects of a vehicle like this, it's kind of a daunting task. delaying, I'm dealing with details before I forget about those details. Totally not delaying. See, I have to finish off the armor. I can't not finish the armor, right? Right. So, I'm not delaying system setup. I swear, I'm not. I am mentally preparing. Yeah, that's the words. I am mentally preparing for what I must do. God. Okay. Make sure I'm looking right at the thing. Okay. Let's do this instead. I think I like the plate more. Okay. Okay. How heavy are we? 67,276. I am clear path, right? Oh. Okay, short wheel suspension. No. You are... First off, you just need to be strong. There's no speed. You don't do steering, you don't do propulsion. You are off. Yeah. Okay. It can hold itself. Oh, yes. Already I've achieved one of the goals. It can hold itself on its side and upside down. That is awesome. Okay. Oh my goodness. You are not used for parking. I want 0 strength. Override power. Why do I only have 4 event controllers? There should be 6. Okay, so that means I goofed on something. Yeah, there's a space. Come on, I can get in there, right? Let me do it. Ha! Arcade timer block. Replace. And now we just go all the way to the end here. Paste. Prefix. Easy. Oh. AT. I believe this is the one I want to be my boost unit. this is a nav light. These are all atmospheric thrusters. AT. Replacing. Cargo. Replacing. Just gonna short that to that. Okay. Now comes the really fun part. Okay, so this is a rear collision avoidance light. So both of these blink interval will go with 3. I can't tell. I think these are the ones at the front. Oh, I can't tell. But I believe this was the last one. Yeah. Well, I want these all to be about the same anyway. 3, 2, max intensity. Really? 3, no, let's go with 4. 2, maximum intensity. There's a avoidance light. Blink interval 3, blink offset 50. We're gonna start with that low hanging fruit. Right. Left. Navigation lights, the red, green, and white you see on an aircraft or a boat, do not blink. Anyone who says that they do is mistaken. They are distinct colors and in a distinct pattern so that you can tell the direction of travel of the vessel. If they were to blink, say it's a boat or a plane, if it was to pass through an obstruction, in case of a boat, it's going through rough weather, up and down waves. In the case of a plane, it goes through a cloud bank. There's potential that the pattern of interference from that obstacle would also coincide with the blink and so you would never see it. So navigation lights are solid. They do not blink. Collision avoidance lights blink. And these are typically only on at points where the craft is, say, coming into to port or to land if it's an aircraft. Oops, wrong button. They're always this color. Alright, I wanted to see how well bonk. How will it do a belly land? Okay. Oh, right. I forgot to fix that armor. Okay. Oh, right. Let's do this back here as well. No, I want this guy. Yes. Do 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 do. Yeah, hi Scully, how are you? Yes, that's my hand. This thing has 3 gyros on it, and it feels sluggish. Kitty. Alright. add more. Yeah, I might. No, I'm not doing a Prototech one because then you can't actually build this thing. That would defeat the purpose. Okay, you... I don't need to see, because you're not gonna... Mark 8AT. Replace name. Bonk bonk. You, and you. Save. Now comes the real fun. Okay, let's just start with a base name. HT. Okay, so you are the big guys. Some of these are going to be set as a boost. Okay. I'll do the 4 around the battery as the boost. Those are also going to be the easiest ones for me to see from this view. That's one. That's another. Oh. I didn't exactly leave any room for a forward firing boost unit, did I? Braking thrust will be interesting. Ugh. Damn it, game. Why? Why? Okay. So we'll do the same thing. Oh god. Wait, it only gives direction when you're... Has that always been like that? It only tells you the direction if you're in the cockpit? There's one. Sorry, I'm just really focused on where that little green box ends up. I've only got to find 3 more. And I've obviously failed. Okay. Oop. Okay. Yeah, there's no... There's no clean way to add additional reverse thrust. Well, I mean, maybe here, but that's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. That's gonna interfere with that. Or would it? I don't know. I could go there and there. And have that be additional thrust, and have that actually be the primary thrust, and then have these ones be the boost so that the flare isn't as obnoxious as I'm flying around. Because if I go to a cab view, it does light up the entire cab. It would also help prevent damage to when I grab one of the tools. So there is definitely some advantages to that. It would just be a corner with maybe a sloping armor piece, thruster, and then that could stay where it is. Let's see how that looks. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It definitely looks like it's an afterthought, though. It is an afterthought, so it's kind of on par. Gosh. Yeah. Is it going to let me add that thruster? Or is it going to say, no, the wheel's in the way? It's going to say the wheel's in the way. It doesn't like my landing gear. Well, that solves that problem. But the wheels just don't look right on it. Yeah, and if only we had real landing gear. Now, I have to use these things because when this thing gets fully loaded and is so damned heavy, it has a tendency to break what it lands on. Otherwise, yeah, I would not utilize those things, but it's one of those necessary evils. You know, this is a craft that I've been developing for 2 years, and unfortunately, this is like one of those design iterations that is kind of a necessity because of how the game interacts with things. exists. That's the block I want. Is that going to interfere with the flat thruster's oversized hitbox and cause it damage? So far, it looks okay. Whoa, did that just start falling from turning off that one? That's a little scary. Oh my god. What the heck? Why did my iPad do that? Mark 8HT. Replace. Ion thruster. IT. Replace. Nice. Keys. Safe. Okay, that's good. I hit about 80% power usage when I throw everything on. Ooh, okay, maybe more than 80. Stop. Stop. Where's that landing pad? Okay. Oh no. I messed up on that gyro. Where's the... I know the alphabet. Hey! Why'd you do that? Bulldog. We'll just go with boost. Delete that one. Yep, need more power. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, here we go. This is Mark 8. This is going to be the ejection system. back, yes? Okay. Top lock. Places as your name. Just to make this a little smaller. O2. You're just the reactor. Why did I just hear like a piston hiss? Oh, hi, how are you? That sounds amazing, Scully. Hi. You know, I was gonna go to the bathroom here. Because it's been a few hours. Okay, Scully, please sit down. Well, you're... Ow! Ow! Stop it. Please stop biting me. Actually, no, the relay I need on. Reactors, spotlights. I'll probably add some of the timer blocks to this. Bulldog Mark 8 accessory. So many groups. Is that how you spell rifle? R-I-F-L. I can never spell. Okay. This is what happens when you have a learning disability for spelling. Alright, so let's hide the stuff that's hidden here. Connector locked. Main. Add blocks. Select actions. Cab. Inertia dampers off. Power. action 2. Recharge on, go back to the cab. Inertia dampers on off. 3 groups. What's the accessory? Toggle block off, toggle block on. Where's that? There they are. Tanks. Save. Dock. Select actions. 4. Stockpile on, stockpile off. Hydrogen thrusters off and then on. I'll have to figure out how to do scripting to turn on the ions and off the, yeah, RIFLE, yeah. I got it right. Next event controller. Boost. Cargo. When this gets to, let's say 60%. Select actions. On. Off. But this is also going to be part of the accessory. And I can turn the boost units off right now. I can turn the ITs off. Let's see how my power usage is now. See? Now it's fine. It's because everything was on. Oh. Hang on a second here. Okay, that's fine. So much light. Please don't smack my keyboards. I know I call you Copilot Kitty, but please don't smack my keyboard. She always likes to hit the keyboard when I'm doing precision things. Yes, she is. She is helping, air quotes. Okay. Suppose I could also do some more armor rework since I put those extra thrusters up top. Kind of like what I did on the bottom. Oh my god, Scully, I need my hand. Playing games with pets. Always an adventure. Actually, I suppose I could do... Dadgum. I don't even know. Okay. Okay. Boost off. These off. Brain off. Alright, let's try this again, but without the deleting of the hydrogen tank. So now that I've got this camel hump, right, how do I want to transition. Are you kidding me? I can't. There's no such thing as undo. There's no such thing as undo. Yeah, undo is not a thing in Space Engineers. I wish it was. It's fine, I just gotta set everything up again. Yeah, Space Engineers 2 introduced a undo thing, but in Space Engineers 1, there isn't. That does not exist. Space Engineers 2 because it's not at a point where I feel like I would enjoy the process. They keep making revisions and iterations on it, and I don't want to have to constantly relearn what they've changed. Scully, I do not like how you're sitting. Yeah, I have Space Engineers 2, but I haven't really played it too much yet. It's fine. What I'll probably do is modify this section a little bit. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Oh, isn't there... Hang on. Is that gonna look weird? I mean, I guess I could say that it's like part of the system for the lock or something. It's like little hatch doors that flip open. Oh, I know it would probably look less odd. Okay, no, not that. That. So I'll need to get rid of both of you. And then come back to this. Grab that color. Do this. That. No, I want it back the other way. Yeah, I'll go with that. Oh, can I do that? I always forget these things exist. That little line is weird. Nah. Back to the plate. Ow. Eh. Come on. Oh, right, because the gun's in the way. That's why it's beeping at me. I can't do that. Well, tough nuggies. It's gonna complain more. What the heck was that? Oh, is the ghost back? Ever since I started working at this new job, I keep seeing a dark shadow at the corner of my eye. And my girlfriend is seeing it too. actually had a discussion about this not too long ago. Slopes on either side. Yeah. I'm liking that so far. What do you think, Scully? You don't care, just shut up and let you sleep on my lap? Okay. Co-pilot Kitty is indifferent. Why does it sound like there's a storm? There's no scaffolding for like that stuff. That's fine. If I did the scaffolding there, I think it would be too open. So I'm fine with that bit. Storage block for printing or docking. That is for a backpack unit. Like how these ones have additional fuel tanks. As well as the front ones are for detachable tools. Being haunted by either Johnny Depp or Jonathan Frid. No. Yeah, I've been running, you know, this last one, according to when I posted pictures of it in the official Discord, April 29th, 2024. And this is the first little guy that I started on March 2nd of 2024. It's not just like a dark shadow, like it'll happen at night, and I've got these parts bins and stuff up on the shelf next to me, and they have a little bit of a sheen to it. I'll see that shine go away, and there's no one else in the room with me. A couple of times the temperatures also dropped when I saw the shadow. There's a notepad is also smart. Yeah. So this one was going to be 8, but it wasn't different enough from 7, so this is now 7.5. This is like a full redesign, and it's only like 2 blocks longer than the previous iteration. Still retains the same amount of cargo capacity, but it's doubled the fuel capacity. I would do something across the front here, but then when I go to attach the tool, it would merge and would detach. So I'm kind of stuck there. That's nice that I was able to kind of continue that line there. It's not quite a continuation though. So, for anyone that hasn't played around with these inset the inset connectors. One thing to be aware of, you can mount to them. So if you do something with merge blocks and those connectors, one side has to be the old traditional style. Otherwise, when you go and do a merge or unmerge, they won't unmerge. Like for doing like a print or something. They can also work as a mount point for if you're doing a projector and printing. So depending on your application, that can work. But just something to be aware about. I'm using the uncovered conveyors just for the aesthetics. Okay. It'd be nice if the scaffolding had more options. But so far, I think I'm off to a really good start on this guy. I'll need to remake the dock so that the stance is wider. Yes, hi. Not much I can do for the tank. I might rework this a little bit. But all in all, I think I'm off to a really good start for a true Mark 8 successor design. I'm also liking the that blister look that I got here. I do like that. Okay, I don't need that open. Let's see here. What we got going on here? Scully. Ah, kitty. You can use the camera to cover the... I'm probably going to add a cargo container that is specific for holding ammo for that. And I don't mind the port. I know some people are kind of finicky about that. Okay. All right. Well, I've been at this for like 5 hours. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. And we'll go ahead and raid Splitsy here. So thanks for hanging out. I won't ever ask people to subscribe or any of that crap, but you know, it's always nice when people do it. This is not my day job. It will never be my day job. But I just appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And until next time, have a good one, everybody. I should be here tomorrow as well. Alright.